Welcome, everyone. As soon as we have a quorum, we'll get started. You can keep visiting. Since we have a quorum, I'm going to go ahead and call to order. It is 6:34, and we do have some items to report out from closed session. One moment, I'm going to get to the right meeting here. Okay, so for closed session, item 5, we tabled that item. For item 6, case number 23/24-7, we approved unanimously by a vote of 4-0 because Trustee Parker was not here yet. For item 7, student readmission, case number 23/24-3, we also approved unanimously by a vote of 4-0 for the same reason Trustee Parker was not here quite yet. Dr. Gibson, do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Sorry, my microphone wasn't working. Yes, we do. We are removing, oops, wrong agenda, sorry. We are removing item from the consent agenda. Item number 8. So 13.8 will be removed from the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So I need to make the announcement that we didn't complete discussing all of our closed session items, and so we will be going back into closed session at the end of the, in between the district and the county meetings. Okay, so presentations and recognitions, I don't see any for tonight. For employee organizations, for ACTA, is Mrs. Jensen here?
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Supervisors, Dr. Gibson, Cabinet, and members of the public. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak before you. Can you hear me? Am I too close? I hear a reverb.
It's good.
Okay, so Amador County Teachers Association and the Amador County Unified School District have come to an agreement, tentative agreement, regarding our salary compensation. We will be having an hourly rate of pay that will be changed from, or to become 51.85. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this. I thought somebody would be coming before me. Sorry about that. $51.85 an hour. We will be receiving a 4.75% increase in pay, which will then be also increased in all of our stipends and and it's ongoing. And a $10,000 contribution to a health retirement account will be given to the employees that worked last year and retired. The employees that will be retiring next year will also have an opportunity to accept a $10,000 cash contribution or the $10,000 retirement incentive program, not retirement, health maintenance program. And that's, sorry guys, that's all I have to say, but we are bringing it to our members for ratification, and we'll have something more to say about that next week because we meet then, because it's the first time you see the LCAP, and we will look forward to hearing about that tonight and having more discussion about it next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen. For CSEA, is Ms. Smarts here? Welcome.
Good evening, Board. Thank you. Obviously, I didn't get the memo. Opposite of black, but okay. I wear black every Thursday. I'm just going to give you this little tidbit. Every Thursday for the last, 12 years or so. I can't remember the exact date when it happened, but the board decided to lay off about 60 teachers and staff, and we all wore black that following Thursday, and I've worn black every Thursday since to remind myself that it could happen. And so I didn't wear black tonight, but I will be wearing it tomorrow in support of all staff. Just a little tidbit. I have to report that we had negotiations today, and it went fair. Let's just say it wasn't wonderful, it wasn't horrible. We have a long way to go. We did not accept some counteroffers, and we will have counteroffers to give back, and I'm hoping that we don't have to come to an impasse, but we might. So there's that. I want to acknowledge Ms. Jensen and all of her hard work, and I want to applaud her for her bravery and her courage to come to that impasse and ask for mediation. I'm very impressed with her, and I just want you to know how hard she worked to get to that point, and I really think that we all should congratulate her on her hard work. Okay, I purposely didn't write anything tonight because I wanted it to come from the heart, and this is the hard part for me. Dr. Gibson, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for the very first time that I met you, and I don't know if you remember, but It was during spring break, I believe, and I was then vice president, and the president was unable to attend a meeting that needed to be happening immediately, and I got a call from the then HR director, and I had been cleaning my house, and I was covered in dust and grime and no makeup or anything, and he says, "Can you come right now?" And I was like, "Oh, great, I'm gonna meet the new superintendent looking like this, but here we go." And you made me feel welcome. You didn't care. You just were appreciative that I was there and had to do what I needed to do. So thank you for that, and thank you for all the other times that you have made me feel like a person, made me feel like not maybe you're equal, but I really want to say you made me feel like you're equal at times, because you never looked down at me. You never talked down to me. You always talked to me like you'd known me all your life. Something happened today that was so common for you that I don't even think you knew you do it. I walked into the business office and you looked at me and you gave me a look like you were so excited to see me. That means a lot, because I know you care a lot. And you are going to be missed. You have done some great things for this community, and I appreciate all of your hard work. I'm going to say something that's not going to be welcomed by some people behind me, but I'm very disappointed in how people can sit and type things about another human being that are so cruel and so inhumane and so undeserving. I'm ashamed to be a part of that community. I am ashamed. I'm ashamed to call some of these people past friends, because they hide behind their keyboard and can say whatever they want, but they don't say it to your face. And they call you names that are not true. They never took the time to really get to know you. I know your heart has always been for the children, for our students, for our staff, for this community. I'm sad. I'm deeply sad that you're leaving us. And I hope this community will realize what they've done, because it is an injustice. It really is. So, again, thank you. I apologize on behalf of this community. I wish you well. I hope that in your new journey that you will be treated the way you should be. Okay. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Ms. Martz. Item 11 is school consolidation updates. I don't believe we have any for tonight. However, we do have 3 members of the public who would like to speak. First up on consolidation, Diane Bennett, followed by Leah Lyman Lee, and then followed by Cody Gold.
Sorry, I need to get this set. Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. Ladies and gentlemen of the ACUSD and ACOE School Board and Cabinet, first and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for their time and attention. It is with a heavy heart and a strong sense of duty that I stand before you today to address a matter of great importance. In any relationship, be it professional or personal, mutual respect and understanding are paramount. It is through these principles that we build trust, foster collaboration, and create an environment where everyone feels valued and heard. However, there are times when certain behaviors and actions undermine these very principles. It is in such times that it becomes necessary to address these issues, not out of malice or resentment, but out of a commitment to uphold the values that we hold dear. Board, I would like to speak to you directly. Over recent days, weeks, months, and years, there have been instances where your actions have caused concern and discomfort. I believe it is important to bring these to your attention so that we can work towards a better understanding and a more positive environment for everyone involved. It is important to emphasize that my intention is not to belittle or demean you, but rather to express the impact of your actions. For instance, allowing your employee to go unchecked for her fear tactics towards teachers and community members, allowing your employee to haphazardly spend for consolidation before the proper reports and studies had been concluded, hiring a company to rebrand our schools when you could have listened to the community and saved that money, and not investigating the reasons why the 7-Eleven committee chose to recommend against consolidation several years ago, especially when at the time to do consolidation right, the report said it would take $60 million, and that figure has not been inflated for today's values. Allowing Amador High School to be mortgaged when the bond failed, and the continued delayed maintenance on sites that were not to be affected by consolidation, ignoring the sewer issues at Jackson Elementary and adding more bodies to that sewer count for next year doesn't seem to make sense. The list goes on. This is not conducive to the respectful and supportive atmosphere we as citizens in Amador County strive to maintain. I understand that we have our challenges and that misunderstandings can occur. Therefore, I am open to discussing these matters further to hear your perspective and to find a constructive way forward. Many of us hope that by addressing this openly and honestly, we can resolve any issues and prevent similar occurrences in the future. I and many members of our community are fearful of who you will choose to hire as the next superintendent. Please look at their track record and look for someone who has our children's and this county's interest in mind and not looking for an enhancement to their pocketbook. Please do not use the same headhunters. The board and the community need to come together to repair the damages done to our community by the likes of Ms. Gibson. Respect and collaboration are cornerstones of any successful relationship. I know my 3 minutes is up.
Thank you, Diane. Welcome, Leah.
Hi, my name is, am I too loud?
No,
Okay.
no.
Hi, my name is Leah Lyman Lee. I'm a concerned parent with a student who just finished his freshman year at Amador. Overall, he had a great year. I am grateful for the teachers and their ability to try and create a positive environment, even when I know the last 9 months have been extremely challenging. Tonight, I want to bring attention to what is happening to the CTE programs at Amador. These classes are vital when trying to offer a well-rounded education to students. Classes like welding, digital art, woodshop, culinary, and so on help them create a foundation for a resume as a high school student. It also gives them the opportunity to try different things so they can find a career path they are passionate about. These programs help motivate the students that struggle in the classroom to do well in the core classes they have to take to graduate. It gives them something to look forward to. The FFA program teaches them responsibility, respect, public speaking, and if they are participating in the livestock program, budgeting, marketing, and other life skills that are hard to teach in a traditional classroom. I'm a strong advocate for these programs, so when I heard that they have 18 students already signed up for vet science and that class will no longer be offered, I was upset. We have a program that is growing, and because of poor budget decisions and push for consolidation, we will once again see you make cuts to a program that has proven itself time and time again to be successful. I was in this very room in November when we heard that the CTE programs were thriving and well-funded, and here we are. You cannot expect a welding teacher to have 34 kids in his class. There are not enough workstations, and it's impossible to keep everyone safe. So then the question has to be asked, what student will lose that opportunity to take that class when they have to cut down the class size? How does that process work? Seems like the focus has been on Argonaut because it is supposed to be the consolidated school location. Does that seem fair? If it even happens, it's years away from completion, so should the students at Amador be disenfranchised just because of their school location? Every school site should be in a working order and in the best condition as long as they are housing students and staff. The CTE team at Amador is solid, they work well together and have a wealth of information and years of experience to contribute Their input and concerns should be valued, not disregarded. The school board members need to be more proactive and get involved with the process. We need you to hold people accountable and ask more questions. The consolidation project doesn't have the funds to move forward. We need to shift the focus back on the current students in our schools. Our students, teachers, and support staff should get the care, attention, and support they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, Cody.
Hi there. Good evening. Cody Gold, keyboard warrior and a proud member of this community. In reviewing the agenda, I saw that the only consolidation update is that a presentation will be made next week to provide historical context to the consolidation issue. The public has heard several times from the dais that the concept of consolidation is not new, and that's usually followed up with references to the 7-Eleven committee recommendations, as well as the Financial Crisis Management and Assistance Team, or FCMAT, findings on the ACUSD in their 2019 report. As someone who has read both reports cover to cover, I'm here to set the record straight, as I will not be able to attend next week's meeting. The 7-Eleven committee in 2015 recommended combining of our two high schools while still maintaining two junior highs to include one in Ione, recognizing the large student population there. And I quote, "The recommendation by the 7-Eleven committee is primarily driven by declining student enrollment over the past several years and the impact that declining enrollment has. This has been proven to not be the case, as the district has identified a steady increase in enrollment since this committee's report, and the state also has projected our enrollment to continue to have steady growth over the next 10 years. 7-Eleven committee also noted improvements that would be required to make either site acceptable of housing a consolidated high school's population. That cost was extremely high, and that was in 2015. We know that construction costs have only gone up. Still, money that we didn't have then and we still don't have now to do this the right way. And then in November of 2016, this board issued a resolution in response to the 7-Eleven committee report, stating that this would cost $50 to $100 million, and the district sees no feasible pathway to acquire this level of facility funding in Amador County, and therefore the board resolves to keep both high schools and both junior highs open, bringing a closure to the issue of realigning/closing school campuses. Now, onto the FCMAT. The FCMAT, as my understanding, is a team or panel of financial experts that review school districts' budgets up and down the state. They made a ton of recommendations, like a whole laundry list of them, and not one of them was to consolidate the high schools. In fact, the only place it mentions consolidation is that FCMAT recognizes that the two high schools could not easily be consolidated or combined using existing facilities, and that expansion of either site may or may not be feasible because of land restrictions as well as financial limitations. The district should consider reviewing the possibility and cost effectiveness of transporting students between the two high schools for certain advanced placement or elective classes that can be more efficiently consolidated into one classroom. Only mention of consolidation. What it does mention is a whole lot of possibilities of shared administrative staff and reductions on the administrative level. So I would argue that we have done the exact opposite of what FCMAT has recommended, and consolidation was not one of those things. So thank you.
Julia, are we able to have a discussion about consolidation that's separate, that just questions? Okay, so this is for Jared. So the figures that I recall is if we had consolidation, the cost to bring our schools up to code and up to standards was roughly 80 plus million, roughly. And if we did not do consolidation, we just repaired the schools as is, left everything in place, we're looking at 160 million plus. So, and also the critical elements of that was roughly 80 million. Is that the correct number?
Yeah, I don't have the document in front of me, but critical facilities needs were right around 80 million at the time.
And so half of those costs were for Jackson Junior High and Ione Elementary.
Yeah, about half of that was at those two schools.
So roughly 40 million for two of the schools. And with the inflation, yearly inflation, say we had 80 million, say we did consolidation, we pushed everything down a year, inflation just as a approximate 3%, you're looking at a delay of a year, the cost increase are going to go 2.4 million just as a ballpark figure. So every year that we push this off, that 80 million figure is going to be bumped up a couple million, 3 million, 4 million as we keep going. So pushing this down the road is really going to end up costing. We don't have a figure, we don't have an invoice to say this is what it's cost, like we have for the invoices that we spent on putting drawings together and doing these studies. And you know, the board approved these studies previously to get, you know, the complete studies of all the infrastructure, water, wastewater, power, transportation. So I'm hoping that the presentation next week includes this data so that we can be clear and there can be transparent for the public so they can see the figures. Because I think it's really important that the farther we push this down the road, the farther the greater the cost that we're going to be dealing with. And right now we're struggling to find fundings for this. So the longer we wait, the longer that we're looking at issues as finding funding. And I just think that's important that we keep that as part of the focus.
Okay.
If not, we can move on to public comment. Okay, so for public comment for not on the agenda, and Tracy, I just want to make sure that you put on here item 1513, and that is towards the end of the meeting. Were you planning to stay the whole meeting? I was just making sure you were aware that was how it was going to go. We have time if you want to speak at the end of everyone, or if you want to wait and speak just before that item. It's up to you. Okay. That way everybody's here to hear what you say too. It's on the agenda. She usually goes first. So Dr. Gibson is saying that we can't let you go before the item comes up?
Legally.
Okay, all right. I thought
Sorry.
we would give you the option, but instead of waiting. So our first speaker is Ronnie Gold, followed by Jeannie Jensen. Welcome back.
Before I start, I did want to say I followed up with my email, and I'm the opposite of a keyboard warrior. I just come here. Okay. Good evening, board and cabinet. I am here today to talk about two very important things, value and change. We are now in an interesting crossroads as a school district without a superintendent, consolidation and uncertainty, an agreement with ACTC union during impasse, and a new school year to begin in August. But the question many of us ask is, what will change and what will be valued going forward? It's clear the district did not value the teachers last year. While an agreement was made for the 24-25 school year, retirees and non-reelects got nothing. As in those that retired lost out on hundreds of dollars each month for life because of the 8.22 COLA was squandered on gosh knows what. Is this how we thank employees for their career of service? A one-time $10,000 retirement incentive and a see you later. Many resignations this year also, correct? The district also has many open positions, some never filled last school year. Looking at our pay scale and working conditions, where is the value? Why is ACUSD a desirable place to go? So what will change to help this? We have also learned that our district is now qualified, meaning per the California Department of Education, that a qualified status is assigned when the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current or 2 subsequent fiscal years. How did we get here? This board oversees and approves the budget. Do you know how we got here? Everyone in this room can agree that this won't be fixed in 1 year. But board and cabinet, what will change and what or who is of value to you? Most of the cabinet found themselves of value getting a 9 to 13% raise and is also included in the Me Too clause for the 4.75 next year in the ACTCA's settling agreement. However, certified and classified staff got nothing this year. Why do they have to beg for a cost of living adjustment? And personally, in my opinion, this isn't a raise of any kind. It's an adjustment in salaries to meet the demands of the current economy. So where did we begin in this change? May I give some suggestions? Make Amador County education employment desirable. Pay all employees a fair wage. Wouldn't that be great if all classrooms had a teacher? Does the district office have any unfilled positions where current employees pick up the slack? This also goes for substitutes. We do not have many because, well, do they feel valued? Earning considerably less than any other neighboring district, and when we have a shortage, could a district office employee with a teaching credential occasionally help out when a class goes without a sub? Another opportunity to show value in the education. Change and value. Please just start somewhere and listen and involve yourselves with the people on the front lines. Ask questions. Stop the rubber stamping. Amador County schools are now getting a reputation and not one that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Following Ms. Jensen, we have Dylan Jarman.
I am Jeannie Jensen, speaking not as the president of the union, but aware that I still am the president of the union. Nice to see you, board. Nice to see you, Dr. Gibson. Thank you very much, cabinet members, and I appreciate you, members of the audience. And you too. Yeah. All right, so this is my story. It's real. It's interesting. It's wild. I am the 5th of 6 children born within 8 years. We were like a gang of child development. You got it. Remember, child development stages are not specific to any one age. They run a range of ages. So the terrible twos started with my older sister, continued to my brother, and third, and the wave progressed all the way. My mother could tell you about it. Last to my younger brother. That's only one of the stages of child development, and you get the picture. We were well behaved when my parents were home, but when they left, our natural developmental tendencies came forward, and no babysitter could control us. We were a gang. We broke 3 lazy boys. They aren't inexpensive now, and they weren't inexpensive then. The corporal punishment was not going to change the fundamental developmental stages we were in during the breaking lazy boys period. My parents figured it out. They hired 2 babysitters in the 60s when it was only 20 cents an hour, but oh well. 2 babysitters who tag teamed, keeping an eye on us and redirecting us appropriately. We needed that. Our parents would do it when they were there. We needed other people when they weren't. The breaking lazy boy stage was thwarted because my parents learned how to support us. Early adolescents require particular support as they navigate from childhood to adulthood with the physical, cognitive, social, and emotional changes to their bodies and the way they relate to the world. Vice principals are an essential part of a successful school. They help to encourage students and solve issues that occur on a day-to-day basis. 260 Jackson Junior High students are not going to have the support of a vice principal next year. Please reconsider how we support our adolescents and place a vice principal at the Jackson Junior High School. Thank you for your time.
Following Mr. Jarman, we will have Diane Bennett again.
Just more on the Jackson Junior High situation. It came to my attention that there will only be one PE teacher at Jackson Junior High next year. At Ione Junior High this last year, we were missing both of our PE teachers. We're missing 5 teachers for the entire school year, one entire school year with 5 vacancies. And that has a lot to do with the fact that we're not paying enough to attract people and we're not paying enough to retain people. That's a separate issue. But we were missing both of our PE teachers the entire year, and those were long-term sub positions the entire year. And both of the long-term subs, fantastic. Both the long-term subs were female. And so in terms of maintaining order in the boys' locker room, which, as anyone knows, boys' locker room, junior high, one of the most dangerous places perhaps in the county. And we're in the same town as a prison. I'm just saying, bro. In terms of maintaining order in the boys' locker room in the junior high, the campus supervisor was called in at the beginning of every class to unlock and maintain order, and then at the very end of class to unlock the locker room and maintain order. That's about 10, 15 minutes at the beginning of every single class period, at the end of every single class period, where we had no campus supervisor on campus. And shenanigans ensued. We had a lot of issues on campus in bathrooms and whatever, because every kid on campus was aware that there was just free time during the first 10 or 15 minutes at Ione Junior High on campus, no campus supervision. And so bathroom issues, all kinds of things happened this last year. It was a real train wreck. And so just wanted to kind of voice that perspective and opinion there, that having one PE teacher is going to mean a very similar situation unfolding at Jackson Junior High, where you're going to have a campus supervisor pulled in to unlock the locker room. It's going to be really challenging. It's going to be really difficult there. So thanks.
Diane, I just want to acknowledge that we do have 2 cards for you, but the other one is on the agenda. Okay.
Okay, once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. With the changes that are going to be happening, we need to address issues now of transparency, rebuilding community support and trust. And I'm confident that with sincere effort and understanding, we as a community can overcome the hurdles and the roadblocks and the potholes that we have right now. We as a community are very strong when we work together. I've seen that in 2015 during the Butte fire. It gave me a renewed hope for our future and what our young people and our community could do when we see disaster and we come together to work towards positive outcomes. And the biggest thing that we need to do is strengthen our district and the educational outcomes for our young people of Amador County, because they are our future when we move forward. So some of the pressing issues have already been addressed by others that many of us are concerned about, and that is that Jackson Junior High School needs a vice principal. A junior high is not a place to cut a staff member. Maybe we need to look towards the district office and see where some of the fat lies and cut that or move people. Other pressing issues to look at when we look at our ability to budget are things like looking at where some of the people were changed job titles and there were salary incentives, or looking at who's on the admin salary schedule without an admin credential. That seems like an unfair work condition. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know those things. Have we talked to the water board, and have we talked to Jackson, or City of Jackson, about the additional people that will be using the sewer at the elementary school? You know, the sewer that's already backing up, that there weren't really any notices that went out that the water wasn't working and that the sewer backed up and things got fixed right as the porta potties were delivered. I really don't feel comfortable seeing that there's porta potties on campus. I mean, I know we do have to go somewhere. And so when some of those people in the community say, why do I fight and I don't have meat in the game? You know, I am a taxpayer, but this last week when my kids were home, my kids that are in the Air Force, and they said, Mom, can we possibly see about building an extra structure on the property since you are on some acreage? Because when I retire, I want to come home. And I did the math, and I realized that my grandson will be here then for high school, and my granddaughter will be here for high school, and I will get to go to their games and their concerts and stuff. Darn straight, I really have extra meat in the game now. I don't intend to go away, no matter what people in this community try to do to me.
Diane, don't go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, so Diane also wants to speak on one of our sections of the consent agenda. So we are now to the consent agenda. She wants to talk about item 5, surplus. We usually discuss the entire consent agenda as a whole. So I am going to let her speak now. Is that okay? Yeah. All right.
So at one of the previous board meetings, many of us in the audience saw that there was surplus listed, and we were not sure. Like, it had things listed on there, just like tonight's consent agenda does, and it has schools listed as surplus. But I'm thinking that means things at the school. But to be a little bit more educated, it would be really nice if we knew what these surplus items were and what was happening with them. Are they maybe Chromebooks that have expired their lifetime use, or that the
Diane, I'm going to
stuff is
interrupt
no
you
longer
real
good?
quick.
Yeah.
There's an attachment for each one of those that actually identifies what the issue is with each item and why it's being surplused.
Okay, I didn't see where that is. Is that on the board packet
It
for us?
is.
Okay,
It is.
perfect.
There's a little paper clip, and if you have to select that item,
Okay.
then you'll see the PDF to the right.
Oh, okay, but it's not on the printed copy for us back here.
No, it's just the agenda.
Okay.
None of the attachments, because
Okay.
many of the items have attachments, and they're not all printed, because it would be.
Okay. I
so
did
sorry.
not take the time to read it ahead of time, so I didn't know what those are. But sometimes if even just a brief, so those of us that didn't have time to look at can say, hey, it's these items, that would be very, very helpful, just as a thought process. So, thank you.
Okay, so for the consent agenda, I would like to point out that we do have at the end of the consent agenda, there is one rescheduling item.
And we pulled that. That was the item that we pulled. So you're looking at items 13, 1, I
So
think, through 7.
is the budget, okay, so
1 through
the
7.
other item, number 14, is still on?
14 is communications,
I'm sorry.
and then we go into discussion.
15,
section.
14, saying approval to move the regularly scheduled board meeting from June 18 to June
Yes.
20. That's still on?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Did anybody have any questions on items on the consent agenda?
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
I believe it was Miss Pichette, 3 Delta, Prop 28. It caught my attention, arts and music in schools, and it being grant. Grant funded, excuse me, and I did a little bit more reading, and it's, from what I found, it was 70+% is to pay people, and the remainder is for supplies.
80% to pay
80 paid
personnel.
people.
New, non-supplanted personnel.
What does non-supplant
Yes,
mean?
thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. So you cannot use the funds to pay current positions. They have to be newly created positions. However, there's a waiver process. So, and please understand, Mr. Worthing is here who has tackled this very large task. There's a waiver process with the state where you can waive that requirement to use the money in other ways. What we are doing is we want to do this the correct way. And so we just received these funds in February. So what we're doing is eliciting community feedback from our staff, from our community, from our students about what that arts and music program should look like. And then also, we're working hand in hand with our Amador Arts Council. So that's where we're at right now.
So it was something, $101 billion state budget, 1%, which is Prop 28, goes to state schools. That's $1 billion goes to the schools in the state who qualify and meet a certain criteria. And this states that we do get. Does it, what dollar amount do we get?
Mr. Worthing. I'm gonna let Mr. Worthing, he has those details. It is per school site, and he can give you more details about that.
Because I also had read that it had something to do with the, I'm probably gonna say the not correct term.
It's okay.
I can't think of it. I'll think of it. Maybe he'll answer it right now. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So Prop 28 is not a grant. It was legislated in.
Right.
1% of the school budgets. So our apportionment would be about $590K,
Okay.
and that's every year.
And we get that because we meet a certain criteria, right?
No, it's all schools in California.
Okay. So each school gets $590,000?
No, it's based on the enrollment numbers, the non-duplicated numbers.
Okay. I was also reading that some concerns of people within the state go to when the state is not sitting on decent money. Some would disagree with that, but sitting on a certain amount of money and possibly struggling. We then are talking about cutting math teachers, or now we don't have funding for this, but art teachers are still there. Is this gonna help anything other than art? No, correct?
Specific to art and music.
Right.
Very specific.
Are we doing exactly what Mr. Critchfield has said in the past, that we don't like to pay people with one-time funds? This is not one-time funds technically.
It's ongoing.
For how long? Until the state says no?
Correct.
I just had questions. I just wanted to read up on it, and some questions popped into my head. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Scott.
I just want to point out that music is math. And I also feel that the arts and music programs that we have in our schools currently would benefit so much from additional investment. And they are a huge part of the cohesiveness of integrating all different parts of a student's education together. You can include history when you talk about music and art, as well as social sciences, what's going on with people at the time that this music piece was created or this poem was written. It's all part of the human experience and part of education. It all goes together. And I think that the art and the music funding shows that we believe that's important, that it's part of the whole person. We can all appreciate a good song
And I
and a
appreciate
pretty painting, so.
I appreciate that you said that. You know, my beginning here in Amador County was at Ione Elementary as their elementary music school teacher. And so I do have a personal connection to it, but I will say that in our planning for next year, and Mr. Worthing was a very integral part of this, we will be offering music to every elementary school child next year. They will receive 35 minutes of music.
And I think they will enjoy it. Thank you. I actually had some questions related to the personnel recommendations. Am I stepping on anybody's toes? No, okay. I see that Mr. Morazan is going to be full-time at Argonaut. Is someone else teaching Spanish 4 at Amador? Did we work that out?
We need to amend that. He will be teaching Spanish 4 at Amador, and then he'll be teaching his other 5 periods at Argonaut.
I am so glad I asked that question.
Yeah, thank you.
So, do I need to make a change to that?
Yeah, that would be preferable.
Okay.
I appreciate you asking that.
Will you write down for me what it should say? Because whoever makes the motion will need to specify.
It actually doesn't have to, we don't have to put where they're placed necessarily. It's about them being a 1.0 FTE. But definitely go ahead and make the recommendation, or just make the table change. Des, you'll want to make a note of a table change on that item specifically for Mr. Morazan, and exactly what his placement will be, since that's how we have it. But legally, it's just about where they're.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was my specific question. Oh, and congratulations to Natalie, is it Lemos? The new bus driver? If there are no additional questions, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the item 13, the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Brain fade.
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Consent agenda passes unanimously with the table change for Mr. Morazan in the personnel. For communications, we have one item.
So this was the WASC accreditation would have happened next spring, and we have been able to get that pushed out 1 year while we continue to work through some of our timing pieces. And so that'll allow all of the sites. The goal at some point is, if nothing else, is to work in WASC accreditation pieces into a larger scale for Independence High School, so that we're not doing as much work on that level. So those have just been pushed out to 2026.
Okay, thank you. This brings us to our discussion action items.
I had a question about that.
Oh, go ahead.
On the supporting documents for the WASC accreditation pushback, on the Amador High School letter, it states Mark Brewer as principal. But then also when you click on the Argonaut document, it states that Mark Brewer is the principal as well.
I think it's probably just because he was the contact person, so that should say Kelly Hunkins on there. They just, whoever wrote that letter from WASC had it incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just that's a internal thing for them, I guess, but we can contact them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to discussion action items. The first item is a public hearing. These are always a lot of fun. California statute requires that before a local educational agency considers adoption of the LCAP or an annual update to the LCAP, the LEA shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the LCAP or annual update to the LCAP. This public hearing provides an opportunity for all stakeholders to provide comments and feedback on the annual update to the 2023-24 LCAP and the draft 2024-25 LCAP. So we're going to go ahead and open the hearing. I don't have any comment cards for speakers on this. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Ms. Pichette, you have the first reading of the LCAP for us.
Thank you. So good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm pleased to present the 2024 Local Control and Accountability Plan. This plan, Des is trying to get the PowerPoint up. Oh, thank you, Des. This plan reflects our district's commitment to improving student outcomes through strategic, data-driven initiatives. By leveraging diverse funding sources and continuously engaging with our community, we aim to address the needs of all students and foster an environment of academic excellence and equity. Tonight, I will highlight key components of the 2024 LCAP, including our goals, funding allocations through the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, and the ongoing process of evaluation and adjustment that drives our continuous improvement efforts. Next slide, please. I want to highlight that the foundational principles of Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, that the local education agency, or LEA level improvement, that is based on multiple measures of success, including equity and subsidiarity. Equity is defined as the additional funding to address specific identified needs of students who are low income, English learners, and/or foster youth, also known as unduplicated students, and the requirement to increase or improve services in proportion to the increase in funding. Subsidiarity is defined as social and political issues are best dealt with at the local level, and this approach necessitates transparency and collaboration with educational partners. Next slide, please. It is important to understand the funding sources that support our strategic goals and initiatives within the LCAP. The 2024 LCAP is supported by three primary funding sources. The first is the LCFF funds. LCFF is the primary funding mechanism for California's public schools. LCFF funds are allocated based on student demographics, including factors such as low income status, English language proficiency, and foster youth. LCFF provides greater flexibility in how funds are used to meet the specific needs of our students. 2, state and federal program dollars. State and federal funding supplement LCFF funds. Key programs of federal program dollars for Amador County Unified consist of Title I, to support low-income students, Title II, professional development, and Title IV, student support and academic enrichment. An example of state program dollars would be our expanded learning opportunities program dollars. And lastly, our grant funds. We are currently in the era of competitive and formula-based grants that enhance our educational programs. The district has received such grants as early childhood initiative grants, mental health and support grants, and career and technical education grants. Currently, the Ed Services Department oversees approximately 25 grants. These grants enable the district to innovate and implement specialized programs that might not be possible with LCFF and state federal dollars alone. Next slide, please. Amador County Unified is rich with history and tradition. As part of some of our demographics, we currently serve approximately 4,200 students at 14 school sites. 44% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, with 3% English learners. 18% of students have an individualized education plan, and 91% graduation rate. Next slide, please. The Educational Service Department created a crosswalk with our current strategic plan actions and the LCAP objectives with this new 3-year LCAP. If you look at the 131-page LCAP document, you will notice that starting on page 51, under the action descriptions, is the aligning strategic plan objective. There is also vertical alignment with the strategic plan, LCAP, and school plans for student achievement, or SIPSAs. Next slide, please. The following slides present the LCAP as an infographic that translates the 131-page state template into 14-page report. It's the best I could do. I'm so sorry. The large report provides background information of our district, a description of the LCAP, each of our district goals, metrics to measure our progress, actions to reach our goals, and expenditures associated with each of those actions. Tonight, the board will hear a succinct overview of the new LCAP and have the opportunity to ask questions, as this is a discussion-only item tonight. Board approval will come at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. You're on the right slide now. Yeah. Nope. Right there. The continuous cycle of improvement through the annual LCAP planning is fundamental to our district's success. Each year, we collect and analyze comprehensive data, set measurable goals. My pages are out of, sorry, that's a me problem, not you. Measurable goals, implement targeted strategies, and review progress. This iterative process ensures we adapt to emerging needs, close achievement gaps, and consistently enhance student outcomes. Through transparency and stakeholder engagement, we remain committed to fostering an environment of continuous growth and excellence for our students and staff. Go ahead and skip 2 slides. There you go. Nope. Back. Hold on. Perfect. Data-driven decision-making plays a crucial role in developing the 2024 LCAP. Using data ensures alignment with the actual needs and priorities of our students in schools. Key data sources include student performance data, like CASP, LPAC scores, and graduation rates, attendance and discipline data, such as chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and survey data from students, parents, teachers, and community stakeholders. Additionally, equity and access data help us analyze achievement gaps among subgroups like our English learners, low-income students, and foster youth. Some of the data for Goal 1 that drove the actions within the LCAP are as follows. With regard to the ACUSD ELA CASP data, it shows that 38% of students met or exceeded the state standards, whereas California as a whole, ELA CASP scores were at 47%. In the area of math, 23% of ACUSD students met or exceeded state standards on CASP testing, whereas 35% of overall students in California met or exceeded the state standards in math. Students making progress towards English proficiency are at 47%, and we have a 10% English learner reclassification rate. This slide shows that 30% of our teachers feel they have achieved mastery level of state standards, which indicates a need for professional learning and centralized supports for our certificated and classified staff. ACUSD showed that 34% of students that enter a CTE pathway complete that pathway, which shows an area of growth in dedicating grant funds to increase the number of pathway completers. 8% of ACUSD schools were rated as good or better, which indicates that LCFF funds should be dedicated to deferred maintenance. Some other data points that were used in determining actions in the LCAP were 71% of students that took AP tests scored a 3 or higher. ACUSD has a 3.9% dropout rate. 61% of our 11th grade students are prepared for college courses in ELA and 20% in math. 91% of our students graduate. 23% of our students complete A to G requirements to attend UC or CSU colleges. And 30% of our students are prepared for college and career. The new 3-year LCAP has a different look when it comes to actions than prior LCAPs. Our previous LCAP had 45 actions per goal, which made it difficult to read and follow by our staff and community members. This new LCAP has themed actions, and instead of 45 per goal, there are 6 to 8 actions per goal. Based on both quantitative and qualitative data that was gathered, the actions and budget that were allocated for Goal 1 are as follows. Number 1, instructional materials. We are allocating $115,000 for math and ELA supplementary materials, special education curriculum, and CTE curriculum. 2, school staffing and operations. We are allocating a little more than $2.9 million for EL aides, EL homeschool liaison, high school guidance counselor, elementary school principal, intervention teachers, TK kinder instructional assistants, school psychologist, college and career technicians, music and band teacher, and transportation school facilities. 3, central instructional supports. We are allocated we're allocating 528,000, a little more than 528,000 of grant funds to directors of student success for both elementary and secondary, a student success technician, and a director of CTE. Number 4, instructional programming. We are allocating more than $725,000 to designated ELD section for junior highs and high schools. Our MTSS leadership team that will now include special education instructional coaches, co-teaching, and expansion of CTE pathways, and AVID. 5, instructional technology. We are allocated more than $195,000 for college and career readiness software and Chromebook refresh. 6, professional learning. We are allocating more than $205,000 for professional learning for a myriad of topics for classified, certificated, and administrative staff. 7, arts education. We are allocating more than $82,000 for allocations for each school site in the area of arts education. And 8, expanded learning opportunities. We have allocated over $165,000 for summer school, after-school enrichment, and tutoring. Next slide, please. Goal 2 of our 2024 LCAP focuses on student engagement and positive school culture. The data for Goal 2 is as follows. We have a student attendance rate of 92%, a 26% rate of chronic absenteeism, which means the student is missing 10% or more of school days, a 6.5% suspension rate, and a 0.3% expulsion rate. 21% of our students went to a four-year college and 47% went to a community college. As part of our California Healthy Kids survey, 29% of families felt that the school welcomed their input and contributions. 26% of families felt welcome to participate in their child's school. 19% of families felt that the school seeks their input before making decisions, and 28% of families feel they are encouraged to be an active partner in their child's education. The California Healthy Kids survey also measured how students felt about their academic motivation, their connectedness with schools, and how safe they felt at school, and if they felt like there were caring adults at school. Students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11 were surveyed, and the results are indicated on the bar graphs at the lower half of the slide. Do you want to go back just so the audience can see that? It is an attachment in there too if you want to look at it later. So, okay. Next slide, please. Based on that data, our Goal 2 actions and budget are as follows. 1, school climate. We are allocating $220,000 for positive behavior and supports implementation at schools, restorative justice, SEL curriculum, ALICE training, trauma-informed practices training for staff, and upgrades to our school safety measures such as cameras and fencing. 2, wellness and student supports. We are allocating more than $717,000 for counselors at the elementary and junior high level, mental health therapist, a health and wellness coordinator, school site wellness centers, and a centralized family resource center. 3, attendance intervention. We are allocating more than $276,000 for school innovations and achievements program to target chronic absenteeism, school community outreach workers, and an elementary school principal to dedicate time for work on chronic absenteeism. 4, student and family engagement. We are allocating more than $325,000 to convene a district team to reassess graduation requirements, student leadership groups, college readiness seminars, Amador Parent Advisory Committee, parent-teacher organization booster clubs, school site councils, parent portal training for families, community advisory committee, English learner advisory committees, and a junior high school instructional administrator. 5, coordination of instruction for expelled youth. We are allocating $5,000 to provide rehabilitation counseling services and a central expulsion coordinator, which is currently the principal of educational option that fulfills that role. And 6, coordination of services for foster youth. We are allocating more than $450,000 in the area of accelerating learning materials to support foster youth, a foster youth advisory council, collaboration with child welfare for placement, and a counselor position and a foster liaison. Last slide, please. In all, We have 6.9 million dedicated LCFF grant and federal dollars allocated to improve student outcomes for all students, and especially our most vulnerable students, including those that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, and foster youth. With that money, we plan to improve student growth in reading and math, accelerate learning growth for our lower performing subgroups, increase the positive school engagement with student, staff, and community, and improve the social emotional well-being of students with dedicated supports. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Should we just go down the line tonight? Mr. Crow, are you ready?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mrs. Parker?
I don't have any questions this time either.
Mr. Marzano? You have questions, right?
They're not really questions. Some things I'm shocked at.
Some of the data.
Well, my finger's not working. I'm shocked at that right now. What's going on? Jeez. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, now it's not working. The data, sorry. And I think I said this every time I've been on the board, when you guys flash these numbers, they're not getting any better. I mean, I know we had COVID, I know we did Common Core, I know we did, I get it, but geez. So I see the numbers that you put here, which backwardsly, if that's a word, that means 62% of students are not meeting ELA standards. And then it also backwardsly means 77% of students are not meeting or exceeding math standards. That kills me. I mean, I have kids in the district. My kids are probably in that percentile as well. I see a lot of money, dollar signs, words, as I've done in the past, but that number hasn't changed. It scares me. I don't know. I don't know if it scares or bothers anybody else, but.
No, it bothers me.
I actually did have some questions related to Mr. Marzano's observation. And the specific question was, I recall so the percent of our student population that is socioeconomically disadvantaged is 44%. That is a magic number for funding. What is the percent where you get the additional funding?
55% and then 80%. There's
Okay, so we're nowhere close to the additional funding.
no.
So on that same page, which in the PDF is slide 4, the 4,200 students, that's an increase, correct? Compared to last year, I think we were at less than that, right, Jared? And then the number of students with IEPs, the percent being 18, I thought we were at like almost 20 before? Over 20? Mm-hmm. So that number is going down. And then the graduation rate of 91. I guess what I'm looking for is the context of where were we last year, not just this is the number now.
So in the 131-page document, I have a year progression of that data. I can tell you the page number, but it'll show you where we were, 2021, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24.
Mostly what I'm interested in knowing is whether it's improving or not,
Okay.
I guess. Because, you'd want to see the graduation rate increasing, and you would, the goal is that your IEP rate decreases year over year, right? Am I correct, Dr. Hedegaard?
Good evening. Yes, I mean, we would, in alignment with the goal towards inclusion, we would want to see the percentage be lower than it is. Currently, the statewide average is closer to 13 or 14%. I do want to just highlight, though, when we were talking about 20% and when data is presented to you on behalf of the SELPA, it does include our county Office of Education as well. So just as a, noting that piece. But we can definitely bring that information back and clarify. And the goal is to decrease the number of students that are identified.
Did you have additional questions, Mr. Marzano, or comments?
You had said in the multi-page document that data shows, or did you ask for that? I was lost. I
It's
went
in
in
the-
and out right now with what was being said.
It's in the large document.
Okay, and does it show the progress year by year? Sitting here for 7 years, I feel that percent, if it was significant, I'd be like, whoa, we made progress, but I don't know. That's just me looking at it in the way that I do, and I'm sure other people are feeling similar. Did she ask you, do you know that off the top of your head?
It's on page 5, but if you, there's many metrics, so if you give me a specific, I can show you where that is in the document. We can go over those.
Just the math.
Okay.
I mean, there was only 2 provided, which was math and ELA, so,
So page 6 of the 131-page document.
okay. Right.
There's it's overall at the top, and then it goes into the subgroups.
Right. And it's for the years.
18,
Spread out.
19, that's not correct. 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, 22, and 22, 23.
Okay. I mean, even that's concerning, scary. I hope we do good with the goals that you've presented and the money that's allotted and teacher retainment. I feel that might be a situation as well. Like, I mean,
I will just make a blanket statement that we can't continue doing what we've always done and expect different results. So I firmly believe in that.
right. Okay. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not trying to dog anybody or clown anybody.
I will never hide behind the data
Yeah.
because the data tells us where we need to go. It
Right.
informs our decision making. So it's full transparency with the data.
Thank you. I don't have any more comments.
Definitely the year by year is a little bit more revealing because it's not consistent. It's not year over year improvement or not.
No, 1 year it'll
It kind of
improve,
jumps around.
and then it declines,
Yeah.
and then it improves. So yeah.
It's interesting to me that coming out of the COVID years, we don't see a marked, one of these.
Yeah.
I wonder what that is, why that is.
I remember in past conversations, because I've had similar concerns, Common Core was one of the things that stuck out in my head as to why percentages were like that. Is that correct?
Tell me more about what you mean. Like,
When did our teachers start teaching Common Core? 17?
2016, 17, it was in
16,
there.
17?
Yeah.
And I believe, did they have adequate training to push that out as well? Like, I mean, I don't know. I remember hearing board meetings in my head of situations like that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we fixed these situations. I would hope that we fix these situations. I don't know.
That is-
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just a loaded question. I was a teacher on special assignment in the district at that time. I can tell you there was a lot of professional development offered. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I can tell you.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate the infographics. It is much easier to consume than
absolutely.
the 130 pages. But I also like the 130 pages because of the context that it gives you in terms of, over time. I think that statistics require the relations in order for it to actually make sense.
Longitudinal data gives you a picture
Right.
into how you're doing.
You have to understand your momentum, for sure. Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay, this was a discussion-only item. So we would now move on to 15.3. It is the public hearing for the budget. In accordance with California Education Code Section 42127, the governing board shall hold a public hearing on the budget to be adopted for the subsequent fiscal year. The budget to be adopted shall be prepared in accordance with California Education Code 42126 and shall be approved on or before July 1 of each year. So we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do have one public comment card. Is Cody Gold.
Good evening again. Please excuse me because I was kind of doing this on the fly, but I'd like to direct your attention to the Capital Facilities Fund in the budget. On page 3,
It's attachment 6.
yes, attachment 6. I'm sorry, it's not page 3. I lost it on my phone. In the expenditures, though, I saw a number for building maintenance. There it is. Capital outlay, buildings and improvements of buildings, $294,000. So that's what we have. I think that's the reason that our facilities are crumbling. We have $294,000 to spend district-wide on our buildings. I'd like to inform the board at this time that our group, it's going to be public here pretty soon, called the Citizens for Preserving Amador County Schools, has hired a law firm that specializes in citizens initiative measures. We are fully prepared to bring a ballot measure for a sales tax to the voters in the June 2026 election. But with that, we believe that the pivotal or the key crucial point to passing this is that it has to be what the public wants. The reason that we haven't been able to pass bond measures in the past is because it hasn't been what the public wanted to see that money, or how the public wanted to see that money spent. So we are about halfway through the research process right now. Tax code all lines up, checks out. This is possible. It's very doable. They have to cross-reference the education code and make sure there's nothing in the ed code that would contradict on preventing the board from spending it in certain ways. But once they have cross-referenced that, we would be ready to start drafting it. I think there's some very big things that are going to be happening in the next few months, and or till the end of the year. And so from our group's perspective, we're going to be kind of waiting to see how that plays out. And if the board and the district are willing to work with the public, we would gladly bring that forward. If they don't want to listen to us, then we won't do the legwork. But it's because it's going to be expensive. It's going to take a lot of work, but we're willing to do that. And then one other thing that I did want to bring up is that in the FCMAT report, there is a section in there that states that the energy savings bonds payments that we currently pay are up until 24-25, this is the last year, that the annual debt service payments will increase from $175,000 a year to $615,000 a year. This is a significant increase for which the district will need to plan. My question is, what is that plan? Do we have a plan? Is maybe that significant increase the reason why we can't give the teachers the raise that they deserve? Thank you.
And the public hearing is closed, and now we'll have the annual budget presentation. Mr. Critchfield, this is also a discussion-only item.
Yes, thank you. So tonight will not be a comprehensive budget presentation as the board is not approving the budget at this time. The goal of this evening is to make these documents available to the public. I am happy to follow up with Mr. Gold in answering some of those concerns that he brought up. I will address just a couple of those now, if that's okay. First of all, the Capital Facilities Fund is almost entirely coming from developer fees. And so that is reflective of how building is going within the county. We have seen building in the county slow pretty tremendously this spring. We know that there are numerous issues when it comes to water supply within the county, and we believe that's a big part of why we've seen those funds slow down. So that has to do with the $4.08 a square foot that is levied as a developer fee that would need to be paid, a school fee that would need to be paid on any new home or any addition above 500 square feet on an existing home. And so that has to do with that fund. I also want to talk about the situation with the energy savings. So again, that was a project that actually predates my time in this seat, and I'm completing year 7. And so that we are getting near the end. The way the loan was structured, I cannot speak to the rationale on why it was structured that way. I do know that we are earning hundreds of thousands of dollars per year in savings based on the energy savings from the solar. And so we'll continue to apply that to the cost of the loan until the loan is paid. And then I just want to point your attention to a couple of the attachments. The first attachment is a pocket budget. I want to spend a little bit more time tonight talking about the condition of the state budget. And then next week at our board meeting, I will get into more detail about our budget. And so if you see in the pocket budget, it does a good job of giving an overview of where we're at. I do want to point out kind of in the middle left of that document, it references 2022-23, 23-24, and 24-25. And you'll notice there's 3 columns there: the enacted budget, the governor's budget, and the May revision. And so again, they're listed in a different order than how they come out in sequence in a timeline. So the governor's budget is what comes out first. That starts in January. And then the May revision's the easiest one to keep track of. That happens in May. And then the enacted budget happens typically at the end of June or the very beginning of July. And that's the budget that we have to work from for the upcoming year. You will notice that in the current May revision, there are changes that were made to prior year budgets that were already enacted. And this is a reference to what I had said, I believe, last board meeting, that some of the funding that the state said we were going to receive, they're not saying they're taking that away from those years, but they have constructed what the governor has called a maneuver to pay that back over the next 3+ years.
I'm sorry, Jared, what page, what slide am I looking at to see the maneuver?
It's a one-pager. It's the pocket budget. It should be the first attachment that you see in your
Okay,
packet.
I'm looking at
I
it.
don't know, if Des can put it up there, that would be helpful.
I want to see the maneuver.
Definitely gonna need to zoom in if we can. It is. There we go. Thank you. So Adrian, if you could scroll down just a little bit, it's this blue section that's titled Prop 98.
Okay.
That I'm referring to, okay?
Okay,
So you'll notice the 3 budget years, right? Our current budget year that's about to wrap up in 18 days is the middle year, and so it's referencing last fiscal year, current, and next. And you'll notice at the May revision, there were reductions made to prior year budgets. That is an interesting maneuver, and that is something that brings concern for future years, as essentially instead of taking that money back.
where it says May revision, That's not May of those years.
No, that's May. That's
today.
this May's revision.
Okay, that's where my confusion was.
Okay.
So,
Correct. So the enacted budgets are what is on the left, okay? The governor's budget, so the governor's budget is what came out this January, already stating that we would be going backwards in the prior year. And then the May revision showed that we're going backwards even more as overall state funding. There is already litigation underway for how Prop 98 is being handled.
oh, you think?
And so we will await to see the outcome of that, as there are already interest groups saying that this is not the way Prop 98 was intended to be handled in its funding for schools. Prop 98, for the most part, has operated as a ceiling, and it was enacted, and its purpose was to be a floor for education funding. In other words, it should be the bare minimum, but in most years, it operates also as the maximum amount of our funding. And so I don't have all the answers on this because this is a little unique. We haven't, like I said, it's been coined the maneuver, and we haven't seen something like this before. And so as we dig through this more, I, of course, will provide more information. What we do know for the upcoming fiscal year, if we're going to talk about COLA, going all the way back to July of '23, it was supposed to be 3.94 for the coming year. The Legislative Analyst's Office adjusted that in December. So if you could scroll down just a little bit, you can see that COLA number right underneath. A little bit more, right there. And then in January, it was projected to be 0.76, and then in May, it was increased to 1.07% COLA. And so that chart on the right shows you our per student funding, and I shouldn't say per student, per ADA. So that's if a student were to attend school 100% of the time, that's how much money an individual student would bring in revenue to the district. And so it shows you the current year, and then that adjustment for the 1.07% COLA. The state has allocated dollar amounts for particular grade spans, and so you'll see the difference based on those grade spans. One more aspect, I don't want to call it a highlight, but one more aspect, if we move down, is the rainy day fund. So the state budget shortfall is more, would be doing more damage to the education budget, but they have built up a rainy day fund, and so they are planning on using a withdrawal in the current year of $5.8 billion to the rainy day fund, and another $2.6 billion next year to preserve some of the funding and prevent some of the other potential cuts that would come to education. Now, how this applies to the district, one of the challenges that we're posed with is when we look at these state numbers is this is not an enacted budget. We are required to have our budget approved by the board prior to July 1. We will not have all of the information of the enacted budget by the time we present the budget to you next week. And so the numbers we use are based on the May revision. It's the best numbers we have up to this point. If there are significant changes to the enacted budget, which still could happen, then there is a provision in the law where we would bring back a 45-day revision to the budget after it's been enacted. So that would come to the board in August, okay? If the changes for May revision are more minute, then the next time you would see budget revisions and an updated budget would be at first interim in December. And so that's just kind of an overview of where we're at. Like I said, this pocket budget, I think, does a pretty good job of just giving you an overview of where we're at with our state budget. And again, for any members of the public, that is the first attachment in the board packet, Title 2024 May Revision Pocket Budget.
Jared, I am weary. So we would do a 45-day revision for the budget that we are going to pass before July 1, correct?
If there are
Potentially.
significant changes to the enacted budget.
But what about the changes that they're slamming back on the previous 2 years? Is there no 45-day revision for those?
No, so if I don't explain this maneuver perfectly, I hope people give me some grace, because I'm trying to figure out where the governor's going with this, okay?
Yes.
So my understanding of this is that the funding that we were allocated will remain whole, but the maneuver is to then essentially
borrow from future Prop 98 funds to pay back the shortfalls from this year and prior year, like kind of writing yourself your own IOU. And again, I may have failed miserably on that explanation, but that's the best I
I
can give
guess
you
my
on that.
question is, what money for the 22-23 school year have we not received yet? Because that's the only way for the maneuver to work, is that funding hasn't trickled down.
Unless they're gonna make you pay something back.
Yeah, which that would go, you talk about litigation, that would be nuts, because that money's already long gone, right? That's a year old, right? That fiscal year ended almost exactly a year ago. What they're saying is, again, this is where I can't give you all the answers because I just frankly don't know. We received the funding of what was in the enacted budget. They are not saying that they're taking that away, but they're essentially maneuvering involving the state budget with, now we have to, over the next few years, pay that back in some way, shape, or form. Not us, the state.
I was gonna say,
would pay that
we
back
as
to make it
in
whole.
the
No,
district or the state?
The state would then pay that back to make it whole.
I don't know about that.
Jared, I notice on here, under facilities, proposes to eliminate funding for the school facilities program for the current and future years.
Correct.
Could you elaborate on that a little?
Yeah, that's part of the school facilities program is part of a proposition that was passed. But again, based on the provisions within that, if certain metrics are not met for state budget health, they have the provision in there to take it away.
Also, the kindergarten, preschool, transitional kindergarten, what does that mean? They're gonna eliminate the funding for all that?
No, those are the ones that are unchanged, I believe.
Proposes to eliminate funding for preschool, transitional kindergarten, full-day kindergarten facilities grant program.
So these are what are
Facilities.
unchanged by the May revision. So these are the same as what we knew about in January, is what they're saying. Okay?
So you're correct, you guys. The funding for the program is being preserved, but the funding for the facilities for those programs
Right, so we can have all
could
the
be-
kindergartners in a shack because we won't pay for
Right.
the building. Got it, perfect.
So again, so I'll just highlight those first two, James, if that helps. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, so he is saying that that's a priority to remain intact. We have received more funding over the last 2 years for that program, and we have expanded that program over the last 2 years, and the number of students that are being provided with after-school care through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Universal Transitional Kindergarten, that has to do with every 4-year-old being eligible for TK. So if you remember when TK started, it was only certain months that were available, and we've been in this rollout process. And so we'll be down to, this coming year, we'll have, I believe, 9 of the 12 months of, eligible for TK. And then the following year, so not this coming year, 24-25, but in 25-26, all 4-year-olds will be eligible for TK. There are requirements that come with that. One of them being the class size is capped at 24. It's not an average. TK through kindergarten through 3rd grade is an average of 24. TK is capped at 24. One thing that they're still sorting out, and it looks like they're going to stick with this, is they cap it at 24, but the ratio of adult to students is 10-1. I don't want to sound overly sarcastic, but 24 doesn't divide evenly by 10.
Well, then you're gonna save me from doing it.
So if you get to 21 students, you need 3 adults in the room. If you stay at 20, then you can have 2 adults in a TK classroom. And so that was of major concern when this first came out. I have to say, if they keep this a priority, I'm fine with it, because they're allocating on top of that $10,025 per student. I believe it's another $3,000 per TK student, acknowledging that it's going to take more staff to handle this. In prior board meetings, I probably expressed a little bit more distaste for this because they weren't adding any more funding to TK. It's like, okay, you want those better ratios with the adults, that's fine. This is actually one area where we are getting an additional 3,000 students. So prior to this, our TK students earned about the lowest revenue we could get per student. Now with this, they earn the most revenue on a per-student basis that we can get, which helps us provide that staffing to keep those ratios where they need to be.
Because, I mean, you can't do 0.4 adults.
No, it would be if, we have a decision to make where we would.
They can't be
we would
there just
either-
half the day. They have to be there the whole time.
Correct. We would either cap our TK classes at 20 with 2 adults, or if we elect to go to 24, then we would add the 3rd adult in the room. Those are essentially the 2 choices that we'll have.
So what does our TK enrollment look like for next year?
If you give me 1 second, I can give you what the current enrollment compared to this year's enrollment.
Because how long have we been doing TK?
Oh, a while. It's like either 15 or 16, yeah, it's been a while.
Started before many other school districts.
2015 was the first year.
Okay.
So this year we have 86 TK students enrolled. That was how we ended the year. Right now, we have 119 registered.
Do you expect to increase that number over the summer?
Yes. We put out 1 million advertisements and we try, but people miss it, people move in, right? And so, yeah, that number will grow.
How is it distributed across our school sites? Is that difficult? Does every school site have a TK classroom?
So there will be, some of our smaller schools might have a TKK classroom, a combo. If it's a combination class, you're held to the TK rules, not the kindergarten rules.
So
for
that would
class
be to
size.
the benefit of the kindergarten
To
students,
the
right?
benefit of the TK students. And remember, TK's half day and kindergarten's full day. So in a TKK combo, your TKers go home essentially at lunchtime. Kindergarten stays the whole day. I can give you the breakdown by school if you want for TK enrollment.
Is that legislated to go to a full-day TK program soon?
No,
it's
because
still
with the
part-day.
lack of facilities, what we're staring down is you're gonna have to do a morning and an afternoon TK to accommodate all the
Gotcha.
TK students.
Gotcha.
If you can't expand the number of buildings to all these classes, and that's not in our plans for next year, but I'll be honest, if it continues, then we may have to consider that, where TK would have a morning and an afternoon session.
Yeah, because we went to almost 120 from 80.
6.
That's quite an increase.
It is
for
a
us.
jump, yeah, and it will be higher. I'm almost certain it'll be higher than 119 by the time school starts. That's just the nature of kindergarten and TK enrollment. So the breakdown right now is 46 at Ione Elementary, 30 at Jackson Elementary, 13 in Pine Grove, 3 in Pioneer, 15 in Plymouth. That was the most surprising number to me. And then 12 at Sutter Creek. Those are the current enrollees for the coming school year for TK, which totals 119.
So what, I guess, lobbying activities are happening as a result of this proposed maneuver?
So yeah, there's the litigation going on by some interest groups. I don't remember the name offhand. We have CSBA, we have School Services of California, you have the California Association of School Business Officials, all advocating for more clarity behind the maneuver and more clarity as now the legislature works with the governor on enacting the final budget. So
there are no parent groups that are concerned about?
no, there could be. I'm not. That wasn't intended to be a comprehensive list.
Oh, okay. I would be interested to know what those activities are because this is alarming to me. I think that the way we approach school funding and budgeting is alarming in general. And then to decide that we are going to retroactively reduce your budget from 2 years ago, to me is unconscionable. So if there is an easy way for our parents to participate, I think that they would.
Okay. Yeah, I can look into that.
Jared, but the governor and the legislature have a deadline of June 15th to finish this, or tentatively, or they can go until the 30th?
It
They might
can.
go retroactive.
It can go to the 30th.
Okay.
Did anybody else have any follow-up questions besides me?
I don't have that many questions, but is there anything in the works to like redo ADA and how that works? Because we fund our schools and we hire teachers and staff members based on a kid that is enrolled in school, but just because they're sick for 5 days, we don't get paid for them, even though that teacher is still there every single day that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer, Kayla, is we fund classrooms based on student
Right.
enrollment, not student attendance, right? And so there was a big push coming out of COVID to shift funding to enrollment-based funding versus attendance-based funding. And there were moments when it looked promising. I'm involved with the county business officials across the state, and we meet monthly, and I was on a work group in there that was pushing really hard for a formula that was enrollment-based. We felt like we were making some headway, and then that ended up not happening at the state level. Instead, in those years coming out of COVID, they held us harmless on prior year attendance. And so we didn't go backwards because of that. Because remember, this was in a time when it was, our funding is based on attendance, and then we were forced to quarantine students. Those don't jive, right? So it turned into attendance percentages that were way, way lower than we had seen pre-COVID. And so we were hoping that would, I feel like that was our best chance to get to enrollment-based funding, and it didn't happen. And so at this point in time, I am not confident that the formula is going to change. I think we will continue down this path of attendance-based funding, not enrollment-based funding.
Which I hate, because I feel like, especially rural, we talk about 44%, that's getting close to half of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. We don't live in a super rich community all of the time. And then we have issues with busing and kids not coming to school. There's a whole range of reasons why attendance doesn't necessarily always happen. And then we're being penalized for not having kids at school and all of these things, and we're not getting the funding. So those are like best scenario numbers. If every kid,
Yeah, that's the
That's
number.
like
If
the
a kid attends
100%
school- if they attend
attendance for
school
every kid.
100% of the time.
which never happens, and I'm like, I'm not sending my kid to school 100% of the time. I can already tell you that. Like, they're not gonna, if they're sick, they're not going. Like, so this is just,
Our average daily attendance has made a pretty good comeback since COVID. It's sitting around 92 to 93%. Pre-COVID, it was more like 94 to 95%. So we're still not back to where we were. Probably the new normal.
I was like, I don't think
I don't know if we're going to get back to 94, 95%.
Yeah, you're not going to see Tennessee any more than you already do.
That, and when you're absent, you get makeup work, and this teacher's still responsible for doing the work, and, so that's kind of an unfairness by the state not paying us for that.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, well, like I said, I would love to follow up on some easy ways for our parents to participate in supporting our efforts to have a healthy budget process that doesn't decimate us after the fact. So, if there are no additional questions, I'd like to move on to item 5, which is CalShape ventilation program. Mr. Critchfield?
Thank you. I'm more of a bad news first, so this is good news, okay? If we go to that item, CalShape is a program that, in the board cover, you'll see is laid out for energy efficiency upgrades, water efficiency measures, and environmental and public health benefits. This has to do with AB 841, and so we are applying for the grant, and at the end of this, it says the grant was approved after completing an assessment of Amador County Unified School District and applying online with the request for $803,000. And there's a initial and final payment normally of $401, usually waived by the vendor until invoiced by the California Energy Commission. So we will, if approved tonight, we will submit this documentation and hopefully receive our full approval for the $803,000 and be able to knock out some of these projects when it comes to ventilation. The two projects probably at the top of our list. If you remember during COVID, we were able to replace some of our swamp coolers with COVID funds for air conditioners at 3 of our gymnasiums. We still have 1 gymnasium and 1 multipurpose room with swamp coolers. Not a great way to cool any space, but especially a large space. So those are Amador High School Gymnasium and the Plymouth Elementary multipurpose room, cafeteria. And so those will be at the top of our list for looking at using these funds if acquired to improve the situation there.
Would those two projects drain this 800 grand?
They'll probably be in excess of the 800 grand. Amador is going to be expensive. We'll start with Plymouth, and then depending on Amador, we've had our go-rounds with DSA with Amador. The reason Amador was not done back when the other three gymnasiums were done was it was the only gymnasium where the swamp coolers sit on the roof instead of on the ground. And it provided multiple challenges with the state architect, as their initial response was they wanted us to do an entire roof rebuild of the Amador Gymnasium, which was estimated to be $750,000 to $1 million, and then do the HVAC unit on top of that. And so that's why that did not happen back then. The other three projects we were able to get through much easier because the HVAC units were on the ground. DSA is concerned because HVAC units weigh more than swamp coolers. And so because of the rooftop aspect of things, it's provided challenges. Plymouth Elementary should not be as challenging. Their swamp coolers sit on the ground, not on the roof. So, and it's a much smaller system that would go in because it's a much smaller space.
Is there no option to put Amadors on the ground?
We have submitted that to the state architect once, and that has been pushed back due to, and I quote, the potential snow load on the roof in Sutter Creek, California.
What?
Yes, snow load.
So we'll be doing this again with a different guy or gal,
We're working on it.
yeah, who maybe has driven through Cedar Creek once.
So that's not up to us. The state has maps, state architect has maps that identify snow zones. And the only schools in the county that are not in the snow zone are our two Ione schools and I believe Plymouth. But Sutter Creek and Jackson are considered a snow zone.
Do they look at the average snowfall?
I had a conversation with them. I've spent, I think about 36 years of my life living in Jackson, and I just gave them a nice little overview of what the snowfall looks like when it snows and how it's gone by noon, if it does snow. It didn't
They
go.
don't really care
No,
about
they don't.
that? Okay.
I'll go ahead and move that we accept item 15.5, Cal-shaped ventilation program.
One moment,
Okay.
Mr. Whitaker. There's a resolution for this. Do you need it to specifically approve the resolution?
Yes, please. Thank you, Julia.
So you'll need to call out the resolution.
Okay, approve resolution 2023/2024-19.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. You have another contract for us for Smart Sites by Parent Square.
I do. This is, I don't want to tout it like a big annual savings. It's an annual savings of $445, but it is switching to a version of our websites that will make much more sense moving forward. Parent Square, who we use as our communication tool, has acquired Smart Sites, and they fully integrate with each other. Right now, our websites, I'm talking every school has a website and our district website, those operate independently through WordPress. And so our communication specialist, Haley Maciel, has to work through that and through Parent Square. This provides the ability for more seamless integration between our websites and our Parent Square communications. It even has features where if a Parent Square notification is sent out, then that will automatically update on the homepage of the website and that message will land there. Some pretty cool features. Haley did a lot of work on this and research, and this is definitely the way to go. And like I said, it's not an annual increase from what we're currently doing. It's a slight decrease, but we're asking for your approval for this contract with Smart Sites.
Did anybody have any questions on this item? It seems straightforward. Okay, is there,
I feel like we've had website topics quite a few times.
Yeah, prior contracts for WordPress and everything have come to the board.
Yeah.
So this,
Even building the individual sites.
that was all through WordPress a few years ago,
Local
you're
gal.
remembering. Yes, you're right.
Right. Okay,
Yeah, we refreshed not too long ago, the websites.
right.
Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Marzano?
No.
Okay, does someone else want to make a motion?
Okay, fine. I will move to approve item 6, contract for, or whatever this is, it's 15.6, contract for smart sites by Parent Square.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Item 7, Mr. Critchfield, Reliant Construction for the Argonaut High School Trillia Building Project.
Yes, so thank you. This is, we went through, we are what we're referred to as a CUPCA district, and that is a long acronym for giving us the ability to go out for informal bids on projects under a certain dollar amount. And so we went through that process, posted the job to our CUPCA website. We have over 200 contractors that received the notification. This is the proposal that we are recommending to the board for Reliant Construction. Over the last couple of years, Argonaut High School has not had a ceramics program. And so this will provide an update to the facilities, especially in an outdoor area. As we know, ceramics are much easier to use outdoors. They can be quite messy with the dust and the clay. And so this provides a project outside the Trillia building and converting what many people have referred to as the greenhouse room, if you're familiar with that building, converting that into a ceramics room for our career technical education program so that the Argonaut High students can have ceramics. Amador High has had ceramics for the last few years. It will continue to have ceramics, but this gives the opportunity for Argonaut High students to also take ceramics in the upcoming school year. This contractor is ready to go, and if this is approved, this project will be completed this summer and ready by the first day of school.
Are there any questions for Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, how many bids were received on this? How many bids?
Yeah.
We had 3 that came to the job walk, and this was the only bid we received.
And do we have any project experience from Reliant as far as them working with schools?
We do not. This is our first time working with them. I know 112,000 is a lot, but as far as construction contracts go, it's pretty small, and so this is a good opportunity to work with this contractor to see how they'll do.
I guess I should say, did they, when they submitted their bid, did they include like a statement of qualifications or showing that they've worked with other school districts?
Yes, absolutely.
That's all I had.
I've thought about this a lot because I've been to a few school sites recently and just, I've had some of these conversations before when you have to go through, you were talking about like volunteers, things like that, when you have to go through unions and all of these kind of things. So I don't know all the ins and outs of that, but like, for some of the stuff I'm looking, and I am no contractor, I will tell you that much. But I just look at some of this stuff and it's like $112,000 for this, and I'm just curious, like, we have so many, like, community members in our community that do much work like this, that have children, all these things, where it's like, if we could get somebody to, like, make a volunteer project, like, hey, we want to make this outdoor space for these kids and this and that and the other, like, do we have any volunteers or donation, things like that, where it's like, I'm just kind of, I think I'm just thinking out loud about that.
No, I can speak to that. No, it's a great point. So volunteer work, it can get very confused that volunteer work, there's sometimes the impression that they can do whatever they want. This is the challenge with volunteer work. We still have to meet all of the requirements that we have in front of us for school facilities, even if the work is voluntary. If it's 100% voluntary and 100% donated, then we're fine. However, if the contractor is donating the work, but paying the employees that are going to do that work, not charging the district, but just paying their own employees to do that work, they have to pay prevailing wage. And so that prevents, understandably so, from a lot of our local contractors for doing that type of work. Because while they can be very generous, and we've had numerous contractors within the county do stuff for us and pay that, but it is asking a lot of them for voluntary work to then have to pay their employees prevailing wage on top of that because of the requirements that
we have to follow. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at some of the stuff and I'm like, I feel like, again, please don't quote me on this, I'm not a contractor, but some of the stuff is like, remove the concrete slab, like that just seems like some elbow grease, like, I don't know.
now again, remember, this is with specialized funding with career technical education funds, right? So these are monies specifically set aside to improve our CTE program. So
Okay.
this is not coming out of regular general fund monies. Believe me, the list of projects our maintenance workers are doing this summer,
Right.
that money comes out of the general fund is extensive, and that saves us a ton of money from utilizing contractors. So there's plenty else going on.
I just hate feeling like schools are getting ripped off for things because we have all of these, quite frankly, dumb things that we have to jump.
School construction is not cheap. No, not at all. Yeah, all the rules that we have to follow, absolutely. Yeah, once a project hits $25,000, there's a bunch of rules that kick in.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve or not?
I'll move to approve item 15.7, the contract with Reliant Construction for the Argonaut High School Triglia Building Project.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mrs. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano,
No.
Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. I'm excited for Argonaut to get a ceramics program. It is very popular at Amador. For item 8, Mrs. Pichette, welcome back. Textbook adoption recommendations.
So there are two textbook adoption recommendations, and so we'll start with 15.8A, middle school science. During the 23-24 school year, middle school science teachers were invited to pilot and recommend the adoption of curriculum that aligned with the California State Framework and next generation science standards. Through the pilot process, teachers were trained and implemented curriculum in their classrooms. And as part of the evaluation process, piloting teachers collaborated regarding the benefits and challenges based upon their experiences with the use of the pilot materials. Based on the pilot process and evaluation, STEM Scopes was identified for adoption as our middle school science curriculum. The attachments in the board cover are the quote and the adoption process, and I am happy to take questions on that first, and then we can move on to B.
Did anyone have questions about the middle school science curriculum? Or, I'm sorry, textbook?
Just with adoption processes, these textbooks and everything have been made available to the public for the pilot process and everything, right?
Great question.
Time,
They
right?
absolutely
Okay.
have, yes.
Okay.
How many people have taken the opportunity to check them out?
Mr. Panu can answer those details. Mr. Panu is our Director of Student Success for Secondary.
Made available at the district office, and they were also made available online. Through Haley Van Seal's office, we had sent out the materials digitally and had a QR code sent out for a survey. Through that process, we were only able to gain 3 individual comments that were provided. One was in support of the science materials, really appreciative about the digital access, and the other 2 comments were for the Spanish adoption. And that'll be the next item we can talk about.
With those 3 people, so so you said there were many ways for people to view these.
Yes, we left them open for just over a week.
Only 3 people viewed one and 2 the other? That's what I got.
Submitted comments.
That's submitted comments.
Yes.
How many people took
don't
the
have that. I
opportunity
don't
to
have
view
that
them?
data.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We didn't have a way to track that.
Right, because they're online too,
They're
so people
online.
just go and look at them.
Or
Yeah,
the
well,
one,
we did-
nobody
we-
came in the district office and checked it out, right? Because you said it was available at the
It was
district
available at
office,
the
yeah.
district office. We just left them in the hallway with a display, so we didn't do a sign-in sheet or anything like that.
I just asked those questions just because sometimes you get questions about curriculum, all these things and stuff.
Absolutely.
Like, so it is made public. You said it for a week?
Yes.
It's made public?
It was
Okay.
made public for a minimum of a week. I actually left them out for a little bit longer.
Longer than that? Okay. And then if somebody wanted to see them after they were made public, are they allowed to do so? Or
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
there is online versions of
Okay.
of all these publishers available.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions? I would entertain a motion.
How often do districts, are these like revisions to current, or are they new?
So these two publishers would be new to us.
Yeah.
Periodically, the state adopts a framework where they make additions and changes to what should be included in the curriculum that's offered in our classrooms. And once the state does that, they go through a RFP process where the publishers submit
What is
our latest
RFP?
additions, requests for proposals from publishers.
Oh.
The CD then publishes a list for school districts to go through a selection process of California-approved curriculum. And then our district, just like other districts, periodically will go through the adoption process to update our curriculum. So the science curriculum, middle school science, would be the latest edition that our teachers would have access to.
How far behind the timeline of updating are we?
Behind the times, I wouldn't say we're necessarily too far behind.
Can
but
you not smile when you say that?
I'm trying. So the last time the framework was updated, I do believe was 2016, 17.
Okay.
So we have gone through high school adoptions, so now we're at the middle school level. And then there has been supplemental curriculum that has been made available and purchased to kind of keep us moving as far as with the curriculum.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any additional questions regarding the science textbooks? Okay. If someone would like to make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to do high school and then do one motion for both textbook adoptions?
That's up to the board.
That's what we'd like to do. Okay. So high school Spanish?
Okay. Jared, I may have you help me pronounce the name of this textbook. Okay, thank you. During the 23-24 school year, high school Spanish teachers were invited to pilot and recommend the adoption of curriculum that aligned with the California World Language Standards and California World Languages Framework. Through the pilot process, teachers were trained and implemented curriculum in their classrooms. As part of the evaluation process, piloting teachers collaborated regarding the benefits and challenges based on their experiences with the use of the pilot materials. Based upon the pilot process and evaluation,
Que chévere.
was identified for adoption for high school Spanish courses 1 through 4. Full implementation of the adopted curriculum will follow a phased-in approach to allow our teachers time for transition. Phase 1 will take place during the 24-25 school year with Spanish 1 and 2 curriculum implementation, and Phase 2 will take place during the 25-26 school year with the implementation of Spanish 3 and 4 curriculum, and the attachments are the same with the adoption process and the quote.
Did you look at the Spanish textbook, Mr. Critchfield?
Of course I did. Couldn't
did
help
you think?
myself. I think it's great. Yeah, it's a slight upgrade from when I taught, and the book was so outdated, everybody was wearing 80s denim in all the videos and everything. So it's nice to see a modern Spanish textbook.
We had 2 comments about the Spanish textbook. Would you like to tell us about those?
Yes, the two comments were related to the access that would be provided for in context for native speakers. And the concern was that the native speakers' needs were not necessarily specifically addressed according to the 2 public comments. But we have worked with our teachers who piloted the curriculum, and they were very supportive and excited about adopting this. There has been interest in looking at native specific content, which could be a future item that we look at. I have contacted the publisher, and our teachers will go through a thorough training with the materials on what they can do to modify and adopt the curriculum, or not adopt, adapt to the curriculum for our native speakers in the meantime.
Does anybody have questions regarding the Spanish textbooks? Okay, then if there are no questions, we're ready for a motion for both the middle school science and the high school Spanish.
I'll move that we approve the textbook adoptions item 15.8 A and B.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mrs. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano,
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Number 9, new high school course request. Mrs. Pichette.
Yes, so back in the fall, if you remember, the board voted in favor of an MOU with Sutter Health for an externship with students. At that time, we thought the course that we had in place, which was medical terminology, would suffice, but it does not. So what we're asking the board to do is approve this course request for work experience in health occupations. And that course request is attached.
Is this similar to like an ROP course? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the old school way of, yeah.
I have a couple questions. On a course like this that's offered, is that something that's in nearby counties? Is this a standard offering?
I wouldn't necessarily say standard, but it's definitely something that CTE in general is really trying to build up the healthcare workforce. And so they're trying many different innovative ways of engaging students, high school students, in those pathways.
I think it's exciting to have something to offer like this. I think it's something that we all strive for. I think that's why we're here as a board to make improvements wherever we can. So I think it's good.
It's very exciting, and I'll tell you, there's healthcare pathways that really get students a taste of being in healthcare, and it could be that they are a medical assistant, or it could be that they want to be a doctor, and this facilitates that whole range of being in the healthcare pathways and the healthcare workforce. So it's very, very exciting.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? What does the enrollment look like for next year for that? Do we know yet?
Maybe Jared, do you know? Okay,
Because it was one of the options for next year, right?
absolutely. Mhm.
I'll skip over that.
Okay, we can get you that information.
Okay, we don't have to wait for that answer. If there are no additional questions, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve item 15.9, new high school course request.
Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mrs. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
I have one more question, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Does installing or implementing a new program take away resources or potentially remove another down the road?
Not necessarily.
Can it?
Well,
Maybe if there's not enough attendees, it would remove one.
if we don't have students that enroll,
Yes, yes.
absolutely, then we can't fill the course.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
This is very popular, I will tell you.
Well, I don't disagree with that, as are our other pathways, or I heard you use the word pathway. This isn't a pathway, correct?
Healthcare is a pathway. This is a
pathway
piece.
within our programs
It's a
that we
piece
offer?
of the pathway.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think it's great. I'm just curious about the other pathways that we have as well. But yeah, I vote aye.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Item 15.10, Memorandum of Understanding, ACTA mandated training. Dr. Palazuelos?
Yes, good evening, trustees. What's presented before you is the mandated training memorandum of understanding that was secured with the Amador County Teachers Association. This particular Memorandum of Understanding, received communication from the president of the association on May 20th that it was approved by their membership. The fiscal implications, it's $150,000 of impact on the fiscal year 25 budget. And this will provide compensation to our employees to complete their mandated trainings during the 2024-25 school year.
Are there any questions for Dr. Palazuelos?
No, I am happy to see this because as a teacher, doing these trainings is like super fun. So
It's good to compensate them for that extra time, which is often in the summer, so. Are you guys ready to make a motion?
sure, I'll move to approve item 15.10, the MOU of the ACTA mandated training.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That brings us to the next item, 1511, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators, 24-25. Dr. Palazuelos?
Yes, good evening again, trustees. This is an annual declaration that is completed by the district. It must be certified. This is the extensive work that we do in creating a diligent search to try to find fully prepared teachers for the different assignments we have within the school district. On this particular document, you'll see on page 2 that we've identified 12 CLAD or English Learner Authorization teachers that are needed, or emergency permits, 4 bilingual authorization with Spanish as a target language, and 2 emergency transitional kindergarten. And then on page 3, we have the remaining potential limited assignment permits that we could need. Our expectation and goal is to try to get as many of these filled as possible with credentialed staff, but we also have to be mindful of having backup plans in the event that we're not able to recruit that level of personnel.
So if I'm reading this right, it's looking like we might need and again, this is just if we can't fill these, we might need 60 like limited term permits.
Correct.
For
That's
the
the
next
number
school
that's
year?
on there. Correct.
How does that compare to previous years?
I wouldn't have that information available right now, but I'm sure it's something I can present at a future board meeting. In my experience, typically your projections with the limited assignment permits tend to be a little heavy in the event that you do need to, either through unforeseen situations, resignations, retirements, positions that are hard to fill.
And this doesn't include special education positions, correct? That
Does.
12 special education.
Oh, this does
Yeah,
include it as well? Okay.
correct. I got to share a little positive news with the trustees, though. We've had quite some success in that we've been able to hire a math teacher and a science teacher in what is a very, very tight market for teachers with those specialized credentials. And so we're going to continue our work, and this provides a flexibility in the event that we aren't able to find anyone to be able to work towards getting this addressed.
Does anybody have additional questions for Dr. Palazuelos? If not, we're ready for a motion.
I move to approve item 15.11, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators, 24-25.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
1512 is a resolution authorizing Amador County to conduct the election for trustee areas 4 and 5. Dr. Gibson.
Sorry, my computer's resetting. The Amador County Registrar of Voters for the county is preparing for the November 5th, 2024 elections. The district has 2 governing board member positions expiring. The positions are for trustee area 4 and trustee area 5. The county requires the district to prepare and pass a resolution authorizing the county to conduct the election. The resolution is attached, and I ask for approval.
Did anybody have any questions for Dr. Gibson? Is there a fiscal aspect for us for this?
Always.
Okay.
It'll actually be less because we're in a normal election cycle rather than just doing a standalone election. I'll move that we approve Resolution 23/2419, authorizing the Amador County to conduct the election for trustee areas 4 and 5.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
I have a question. What happens if that was voted down?
I don't know. That's a great question. I have to call the elections office. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, like, would that be on, like, the district to run its own election? That seems odd, like.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do that.
No,
That's
no,
way
thank
you.
more
Yeah, we can't.
costly.
Legally, we can't. I'm not sure. I would have to go to the elections office and then bring it back.
We're ready for 1513, which is ACTA, the tentative agreement with the Amador County Teachers Association, Article 14, compensation. We do have a public comment who has waited so patiently. Tracy Hinman. Not yet.
She'll turn you on.
Thank you, Board, Cabinet, for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to be a voice for teachers and teaching staff of Amador County. It's disappointing and it's discouraging to be such a low priority in the district's budget. As a reminder, the received funded cost of living adjustment for the 23-24 year received funded cost of living adjustment was 8.22%. And the ACTA negotiators asked for less at the onset, just recognizing the district's, has a budget for other needs. But for teachers and teaching staff to be such a low priority is disvaluing. I mean, Mrs. Gold said it so nicely and eloquently. So knowing that we now have, we're being provided a wage that is now substantially below what is recognized as the economic situation is just, again, it's disappointing, it's discouraging, it's demoralizing. So I'm speaking tonight as a voice for the teachers and teaching staff of Amador County, that the district and the board would value teachers and teaching staff on the next budgets. When they prepare their budget, that we're valued. We've got 60 permits, possibly, because we can't hire credentialed teachers. And we're not making a good reputation in this county or other counties based on how we value our teaching staff. Thank you.
So the ACTA compensation tentative agreement for 23-24 and 24-25. Dr. Palazuelos?
Good evening, again, trustees. What's presented before you, and just to make sure that I don't miss this, board approval will fulfill the necessary requirements for the district with final approval pending ratification by the Amador County Teachers Association. So what's presented here is a document that was signed by both the superintendent, Dr. Gibson, as well as the lead negotiator. Provides for the term of this agreement extended to June 30th of 2025. The compensation would be effective July 1, 2024. Active salary schedules shall increase by 4.75% ongoing. Effective July 1, 2024, the hourly rate of pay will be increased from $45 per hour to $51.85 per hour. And 2023 to 24 early retirement incentive, an amount of $10,000 contribution to a health retirement account for members employed during the 2023-2024 school year. If they meet the following criteria, they must be age 55 or above and have at least 15 years of service in the district. And then we have another early retirement incentive of $10,000 for those individuals retiring at the end of the 2024-25 school year who are age 55 or above with at least 15 years service in the district. There's other requirements as part of those early retirements, but they're part of this agreement for you to review as well. The tentative agreements negotiated before June 11, 2024 are also incorporated, and there is a disclosure regarding the ratification process that if both the district governing board and the ACTA membership ratify this tentative agreement, it shall become final and effective. And if either of them do not, then the parties agree to immediately recommence the 2023-2024 negotiations.
The second attachment, Part B, is the public disclosure of collective bargaining. So as part of collective bargaining using public dollars, then this document shows the breakdown of how the cost of this agreement to the district.
Why is it a decrease, Jared?
What do you mean?
It's in parentheses.
If you can just point to me what numbers
So
you're
I'm
looking
looking
at.
at your attachment on page 1, in red, about the middle of the compensation provisions, section 3, total cost increase or decrease, and in red, $564,885.81.
So that's for current year. So remember, we had on the table a 3% raise for current year, and then it was negotiated to do the 4 3/4, but it doesn't start until next year. So because we had already budgeted for that 3% increase, then we reflect that in the current year, that's a decrease to spending.
Is there pages that will show the increase later on?
Yeah, if you keep scrolling down, it shows you the breakdown.
I think the next one.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Ms. Julia, were you done? Mm-hmm. I have a question. Is it standard or customary for, if we're in this situation that we were in, do we wait last minute to give board members information? Am I saying that right? Like, in the board packet, it said pending whatever y'all did or were doing. And then last minute, we're done here, check it out, read it. I can't do that. Would it be unnormal for you guys to wait, give it to us, let us read it, figure it out, understand it, ask our questions? Or is it customary to be like, you guys did whatever you guys did, handle it now? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So we put it on the packet. I had spoken with the union. I had let them know we were going to agendize it for this week in hopes that we would have an agreement. If the board would like to table it, we can table it and push it to next week. That's not a problem. I just wanted to do as I had promised to them that we would put it on this packet, and we didn't get it signed until this afternoon as we continued to work on it all week.
And I understand the time frame and the restraints and everything that was going on. Just speaking only for me, of course, there's no way that I could read all this, process it, understand it in 3.2 minutes. But that's just me.
Sure. So like I said, we can definitely, you can table it and we can push it to the next meeting next week. That's not a problem if that's what the board would like.
But then how does that, is that spitting in the face of the work that was already done?
No, I don't think so. I think if the board feels that they would like more time to review it, we all know that it's going to be just pushed forward to next week, and it needs to be ratified anyways by the union. Normally, we would have the union ratify first, and then we would bring it forward because of the situation that we were in, and we don't have another meeting until the end of July. I wanted to make sure that this got approved if possible.
Would that be disrespectful to the people that it's affecting or waiting on this?
Well, it doesn't go into effect until July 1 anyway,
Okay,
so
okay.
it won't change any of that.
Right.
So if we don't approve it until the end of July, will they get a retroactive?
Well, we have hold on. We have a meeting next week, so I would just push it to the next week meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion to table agenda item 13 Bravo Oh, no, wait,
15.13.
15.13. Okay, wait, hold up. Where is it, though?
15.13.
13. Oh, yeah. Can I make a motion to table agenda item 15.13, Alpha and Bravo, the tentative agreement with the Amador County Teachers Association, Article 14?
You can. Is there a motion to, is there a second?
Mr. Marzano, I have a question. Are you tabling it until next week or?
Until the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. With that, I'll second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm a no, because I feel that the negotiators and I feel that they do so much back and forth. They've gone to mediation, they did impasse, there have been many eyes on this by the time it comes here, and I'm confident in the summary that's presented to us. Okay, so I believe, what was the count for that vote?
3-2.
3-2, so it did get tabled?
Correct.
Okay. 1514, approval to move the regularly, this was? The June meeting, okay.
This is next week's meeting, so moving it from Tuesday to Thursday.
Okay, and there's no reason for that?
It's due to the scheduling for, to provide the board some extra time to have a discussion in regards to a superintendent replacement.
Okay, are there any questions for that item? Okay, then we're ready for a motion.
Move to approve item 1514, approval to move regular scheduled board meeting from June 18th, 2024 to June 20th, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
We're moving it from Tuesday to Thursday.
It was on Wednesday.
Which was a holiday.
Which is a holiday for the staff.
Moving it from Tuesday now to Thursday.
Yep.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. That brings us to item 16 for reports. Dr. Gibson?
I do not have a report at this time.
Mr. Crow?
No report.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, I have some comments. At this current point, I feel like I probably have more questions than I have answers for people about certain things. But as always, I have thoughts and many comments, and I might be having a baby next week, and I won't be here to say them, so I wanted to get them out now. The first comes with our CTE programs, master scheduling and changing staffing. I do have some concerns with CTE courses not being offered or however that's working. I've heard things and I would like to get some clarification. I want to ensure that if those courses aren't offered, that it's not an issue for any student wishing to finish a CTE pathway. Our ag programs are staples of this community, and as someone who firmly believes that college isn't for everyone, I want to ensure that pathways are not inhibited in any way. I have also received a number of emails and messages about projected staffing for Jackson Junior High School. I had the opportunity to be a teacher on that campus, and I have to say that I am unsure what that would look like with no vice principal. Junior high is a challenging environment, and while it is my understanding that there would be 2 campus supervisors, and please don't quote me on that, but it's what I've understood. I don't agree that it makes up for not having a vice principal. A campus supervisor, while is it very important, is not qualified to run IEP meetings, make discipline decisions, or run a school in the absence of a principal, all of which are responsibilities of a VP. The other concern is that mentioned earlier is one PE teacher for all of junior high, and I think this is problematic. And while if we did have 2 campus supervisors, one could manage the locker room, which yikes, we talked about how boys can be feral, but preteen and teenage girls are equally vicious. I am a firm believer that in those age groups that having a male PE teacher and a female PE teacher for a variety of reasons is very important. On top of that, one PE teacher means no prep period for that teacher and a large number of student contacts, which would be challenging for even an experienced teacher like I believe that they are getting. We are entering a period of uncertainty with a new superintendent, potentially new board members, new school year, and the last year or more has been tumultuous to say the least, and there's been many issues brought forward, and I am fully aware of the concerns and often have had aligning concerns as well. Our facilities are still just a huge issue for me. Hearing that there is a citizens measure in the works still is great. I've spoken with Cody Gold a number of times about this, and I am hopeful that we can figure this out and move forward with our citizens voting it into reality, because I'll be honest when I say that I'm not sure that I see another way at this point based on the government and their budget and things of that nature. For our school facilities that have been lacking for a long time. I graduated from here, and it's been a while. And hopefully they can be brought up to adequate standards for our students and staff, and hopefully then free up some additional funding so that we can be in a better place with hiring and retention for our teachers and classified staff. I think politics aside, this needs to happen. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that we can talk and talk and type and talk all we want, but until people put their money and their time and their efforts where their mouth is, I don't see a lot happening. So I did want to take time to applaud the people that are working on it and those who do come to board meetings, whether or not we always agree on everything. At the bare minimum, you can agree that actually doing something, not just typing about it, is important. So instead of talking, they're actually doing the things, and that's important. So I know people are busy. I too am busy, but you have to, if you ever want anything to happen, you're gonna actually have to do it, because nobody else is gonna do it. So thank you.
Mr. Marzano, did you have a board report?
I don't have a report, but I have a question. I was thinking during the week, or this half of it, as I've been fundraising for Argonaut Football's Tahoe Camp. I remember fundraising being a question of mine, I believe it was pre-COVID, regarding some training that, don't quote me, sites, ADs, teams, somebody was possibly going to get regarding fundraising. Did we lose that, Mr. Critchfield? Did COVID choke us out?
COVID definitely put a halt to it.
Sure.
For the time being, our district athletic director, Mr. Hunkins, has worked through that whole process, and he's going to be working with the different groups on the guidelines for proper fundraising. He's done a bunch of work on that to make sure that we stay compliant.
Was it the training that, I don't remember exactly, I got to go back to our emails, but it popped into my head. Was it training for coaching staff and site staff, or just one person then given the powers that be to then pass on the information that this one person received from training?
It was going to start with the groups like parent groups or touchdown club, things like that, and then can trickle down from there. So we haven't put a cap on who would get that information or training.
Okay. And I feel that topic was brought up then because of the audit that was received and their notes on fundraising. No?
I'm not certain. That's going back quite a few years.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious. It popped into my head this week, and I remember I didn't get circled back with regarding that training, so I just wanted to see. I think it was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. All right. Thank you. If I could get some information about that, thank you.
Well, want to report on last week. Had a wonderful time seeing the graduations at Independence, Argonaut, and Amador, and the promotions at Jackson Junior High. And I'm sure the one at Ione was very good. Also, want to say congratulations to all those that participated.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I wanted to say congratulations to all of our recent graduates, to all of our students who are promoting, and I wish a very restful and fulfilling, enriching summer vacation to everyone, to all of our staff, to all of our students. You are all ready for some time off. And with that, our next meeting is going to be Thursday.
We have to go back into closed session.
I thought we were going to do closed session for the county meeting. Okay, so we are retiring to closed session. We might be a while.
I'll be quick. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay. Before you go, can we extend the time and then we'll just go?
I'll move that we extend the time, hour and a half, just to cover it.
Yeah, then we're totally covered.
Okay. I'll second for the roll call vote.
Mine's not working.
For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a
Bro.
There's no way around it because there isn't a
Okay, so no action was taken in closed session. And we are going to adjourn. Our next meeting is Thursday, June 20th, here at the Amador County Administration Building, to start at 6:30. We are adjourned. Oh, I guess you guys are ready, aren't you? Okay, we're going to call to order the Amador County Office of Education Board meeting. Everybody is present. Dr. Gibson, are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Yes, we will delete 9.4.
Okay, thank you. Item 2, approval to move the regularly scheduled board meeting from June 18 to June 20. Is that supposed to be in number 2?
I'm sorry, say this again?
On the agenda, I skipped right over it because I didn't expect to see an action item.
Oh,
Is that in the wrong place?
that's in the wrong place. Delete that. I apologize. It's already on here on item 11.5.
Okay,
That's a typo.
so it's another deletion. We're deleting item 2. Thank you, Jim.
Sorry about that.
Presentations and recognitions, there are none. Special educators, Mrs. Crow is not here, and Ms. Matheson is not here for CSEA. I have no public comment cards for non-agenda items. For the consent agenda, are there any questions for any of those items? We have a companion item for Prop 28, Arts and Music in Schools Funding Annual Report, to coincide with the one on the district side. Okay, can we get a motion?
I move we accept item 9, the consent agenda.
A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano? Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. For communications, we have none. For discussion action items, we're going to open the public hearing. Sorry, I have to read the blurb. California statute requires that before a local educational agency considers adoption of the LCAP or an annual update to the LCAP, the LEA shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the LCAP or the annual update to the LCAP. This public hearing provides an opportunity for all stakeholders to provide comments and feedback on the annual update to the 23-24 LCAP and the draft 24-25 LCAP. The public hearing is now open. Seeing that we have nobody to make public comment. Did you want to make a public comment? Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the hearing. And we're moving on to item 11.2, the LCAP first reading. Mrs. Pichette.
Thank you. Because we are a single county, single district, our LCAP is combined, so the attachments and presentation is the exact same as you heard on the district side, so I will not repeat that
Okay.
for you. You're welcome.
I don't yeah, it was a good presentation.
Thank you.
I don't have any new questions. Does anybody else have additional questions?
No, but what you said in the district meeting, I agree regarding your presentation and the, what did you call them? Graphics, data. Even if I didn't like the data, your format is extremely helpful to me. So, very, real talk, very well.
Thank you.
Gold standard, for sure.
Thank you. I know, it's like the best night ever. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no additional comments or questions, we are ready for a motion, right?
Motion that we acknowledge the successful first reading of the LCAP.
Oh, no, this is discussion only,
It's
isn't it?
discussion only.
Oh, okay. It
Yeah,
doesn't-
which it doesn't denote on here, but it is discussion only for both
Yep,
Mr. Critchfield and I.
Oh, okay.
all right, so we'll get a second reading.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to 11.3, in accordance with California Education Code 42127, the governing board shall hold a public hearing on the budget to be adopted for the subsequent fiscal year. The budget to be adopted shall be prepared in accordance with California Education Code Section 42126 and shall be approved on or before July 1st of each year. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Nobody's here to make comment on your budget, Mr. Critchfield, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move on to the annual budget presentation. Mr. Critchfield.
Yeah, again, the majority of my presentation was dedicated to updating you on the state budget, which I did in the district meeting. Again, the education code exists not for the board to approve the budget tonight, but to make these documents public for everyone to see, and we will bring next week the finalized budget for board approval.
Is there another public hearing on it?
No.
Okay.
No, you do a public hearing on LCAP and budget during that, when it's a discussion only, and then when we move it to action, you'll just see the LCAP and the budget as action items.
Okay. Our last action item is to move the regularly scheduled board meeting from Tuesday, June 18 to Thursday, June 20th. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve item 11.5, approval to move the regularly scheduled board meeting from June 18th, 2024 to June 20th, 2024.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. We have information only, the current personnel recommendations, and the companion item, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 24-25. Did anybody have additional questions for Dr. Palazuelos? No? Okay, did anybody have an additional report? Dr. Gibson?
I do not.
Board? Okay. Our next meeting is now Thursday, June 20th, tentatively scheduled to be held at the Amador County Administration Building here. Open session will start immediately following the ACUSD meeting. We are adjourned 10:25.